Okay, I got feedback. So QC, QA officer, quality assurance team and production staff, food safety team leader, quality assurance owner or director board, QMA, production manager, maintenance manager. What could be the qualification they need to have? Somebody said multidisciplinary team members for all department, including production warehouse. What could be the qualification they need to have? Yeah, fully agree. Yeah, so say somebody, yeah, what would be the qualification they should have? What kind of like qualification they should have? What do you think? So maintenance staff, food handlers, uh, we say if it is a occupation health and safety program, of course we get all the food handlers. But here, so Selvaraj, you want Ministry of Agriculture to come to your HSCB team? Animal production and husbandry, you want them to be there? No way. I don't think they will be there. I don't think. Yeah, we have a friend from health ministry. You can ask from he or she like whether she would be like to know. Oh, of course. You're saying Ministry of Health also will be there, right? Come on. I don't think they will come. I don't think they will come.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I think according to Food Act, the delegation of powers is delegated to the Director General Health Ministry, and he
But fine,
informed.
this is your company has a plan. So do you think
Okay,
like they will come for the HACCP study?
hazard study. Okay, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, they can't, right? They have the
Mhm.
authority because they are the authority for the food legislation and all, right? But not your organization has a study, right? But that's fine. I'm like we are
Understood.
learning,
Thank
right?
you.
We are learning. Don't worry, right? Just having a fun. Yeah, don't worry, right? So, I mean, if they can come, like that's lovely. But they are the people who make the policies, right? So they are beyond our HACCP study, right? Okay, now we are on the right track. So you need somebody with the HACCP background, and then you need team leaders, HACCP, okay, knowledge on my agreed, right? Lovely. So people with so normally what we want is like people with some HACCP understanding, right? That is one thing. And then second thing, depend on the product. Like say for example now seafood, Ayurveda, coconut, dairy, right? Flour, ice cream. You need a microbiologist, right? Somebody with the microbiology background. And then these industries, you need a chemist. So I believe like this training. The people from this training program you have different right now you need somebody from microbiology background you need somebody from chemical background right you need somebody from the engineering background because the person knows about the engineering part so I think like at the beginning like you identify the multidisciplinary so it should be a multidisciplinary team you need to have a team leader and you need to have a back people with the background chemical engineering microbiology right so you need to have those people right and then of course you can bring production people you can have a secretary like all other people you can have so you have to have a multidisciplinary team and then with those complexity but let me ask one question now you agreed with this right now so I'm referring to a primary packaging they manufacture the plastic bottles now question do you think like in dairy the seafood ayurveda coconut you might have a microbiologist because you have a lab there but what about the primary packaging industry, plastic? Do you think they have a microbiologist? Of course, chemists is there, maybe engineers there. I'm not sure whether they have a chemist also. Do you think like microbiologists and chemists will be there? Most of the primary packaging they don't have a lab. Yeah. What do you think? Now what are you going to do? So if you are now say after your graduation, you might join with the primary packaging industry. You manufacture bag or you manufacture bottle, whatever, or maybe a glass. You might end up in a glass company. Now, glass company, they might have a chemist. Yeah, but microbiologist. Now, what are you going to do? Now, what do you think? Now, what do you think? You got my question, right? You're clear. My question is clear, right? Is it clear? So now you are running you are a food technology. So like food safety manager, food safety executive for primary packaging, which you provide. Your customers are manufacturers, food product manufacturers. You are into glass bottle, plastic bag, PVC, whatever. Right? Is a direct contact. Now you're going to set up a HACCP team. Now can you? Now do you need a microbiologist or like you don't need? There has to be a strict hygiene in plastic bottle. There has to be a micro. So now, Akindu, now my question. So if you hire a microbiologist in a fish or poultry or ice cream, whatever, they have a job, right? Because they have a microbiology lab, they need to do the testing. But now if you hire a microbiologist in a plastic packaging company, what that person is going to do? Has a development plan? Yes, he will do. But after that, what is he going to do? Akindu, what do you think? Ishani, innovations about polythene degrading microbes. No, we don't need to worry about that. So that is the sustainability part. So now we are still talking about the food safety part. So plastic containers are microbe-free. So I think like what we can do is I think I'm putting you into a trouble, right? So we can't offer a job for microbiologists because there's no continuation. But what we can do is like when we do this operation, because the manufacturing team doesn't know about the air count, right? There can be air count, right? So at the designing phase, we can hire a microbiologist on a contract basis. So after you complete your HACCP study, you don't need to keep him because he's on a contract basis, development of the HACCP. So if when you do the revision only, you can recruit his service again. You got my point, right? So HACCP study, of course, you might need to have a microbiologist. So you sign a contract only for that particular period. And then after that, he will be a freelance person. But you continue with the HACCP study with his input. He will say, okay, every month you need to check the air quality. You need to check the air count. And then maybe you can send the report and get his feedback. That's it. He doesn't need to come every day. Right? So sometimes some areas you can sign a consultancy or sometimes you can sign a external agreement with the people. Yeah? You got my point, right? So yeah, it has to be contract. Yeah, Akul, it has to be contract basis. You sign, you say, okay, monthly I'll send the report. You check and advise us. So as long as he's under control, he doesn't need to do anything. But the moment it goes up, you need to take action. Yeah? Again, right. I believe you got mine. Right. Now, so this is we try to solve the problem of food safety team. Right now we solved it. Right. Then we need to know about the legal requirement. What are the legal requirement in country? So Food Act, everything. So Health Minister guideline, everything we need to know, right? And then we need to know about the organization, product, process, equipment part. We need to know, right? And then we need to know about particular product. What are the serious hazard? The food safety management system hazard, right? That part we need to know, right? Now, when we started to know about this, we need to start with characteristic raw material, ingredient, and product contact material. So this is one area, right? So when we started to work on the hazard, right? we need to know about the raw material. We need to know about the ingredient. We need to know about the product contact material. Say, for example, if it is a fish, raw material can be a fish, right? There's no ingredient added. But contact material can be your conveyor where you send the fish into a freezer, where you keep the trolley or storage facility, or maybe a knife you are using for the cut and do the the cleaning part, right? So those are the contact material. If it is like the coconut industry, virgin coconut oil, you might say the raw material, coconut will be your ingredient, right? Right? The coconut will be your ingredient. Where you get the coconut? Is it from Sri Lanka? Is it from Indonesia or India? Right? That's the part. And even in Sri Lanka, which area you're getting the coconut? So that's the coconut part. And then the ingredient, you don't add any ingredient, right? But food contact service can be like where you keep it for drying. What are the knives you are using for cutting, right? And then what is the dryer temperature, dryer contact, not the temperature, contact services, and then storage tank contact services, and then filling jar glass containers. So those things we need to study, right? I'll take one example. If it's ice cream, it's complex. So where you keep the oil, where you keep the water, the milk, right? The mixing part, right? And then the packing and the primary packing. All these things we need to study. So according to this, organization shall ensure that all applicable statutory regulatory food safety requirements are identified for all raw material ingredients and product contact materials. So if it is ice cream, if you are using a coloring, in Sri Lanka, we have a coloring special requirement, right? So those requirements we need to identify. So under each and every category, we need to identify biological, chemical, physical characteristics. So if it is raw material, say for example, if you are using a water as a raw material, ice cream, water can be a one raw material, fish can be a raw material, right? And then virgin coconut oil, coconut is a raw material. So what would be the biological, what would be the chemical, what would be the physical characteristics for the raw material, right? Composition of formulation ingredient, including the additives and processing aids. So what is the composition in coconut? What is the composition? So you need to study it. If it is a water, what is the composition, right? So in Sri Lankan water, there's a SLS guideline. What is the water composition, right? So we need to study. Even packing material, we need to study, right? Then the source, animal, mineral, vegetable, So if it is a coconut, is a vegetable, right? If it is a water, where did you get the? It's a mineral, right? So we need to identify those. Is it a bowel, or which area you're getting that? Place of origin, province, we need to know. Method of production. So coconut, is a plantation. You pluck it and then you use it, right? Water, is it using a bowel, transport, right? So those kind of thing. Method of production. Method of packing and delivery. If it is a method of packing and delivery, lorry and keep it for some time. So those things for the coconut, right? You need to understand. Fish, what is the method of production and delivery, right? And storage and shelf life. We need to know about it. Preparation or handling before use or preparation. So is there any preparation? So dehusking in a coconut, a fish, removal of guts and all. So we need to study about that. And then there should be accepted criteria related to the food safety or specification, purchase material and ingredient appropriate to their intended use. So fish, what is the acceptance criteria? Coconut, what is the acceptance criteria, right? You check the coconut, right? Fish, you check, you open eyes and you have a certain testing, right? If it is what is the dairy, you have a throttle and you check the density, right? You accept it. So those are the criteria. So now this is the key part, right? Now we are going to study the raw material. So now let's start this. Now we are going to develop a start first case study. So that's why I just finished the first phase in a little bit of fast mood, because we have enough time to go for the HACCP, right? Now let's start with this. Now I want you to identify the raw material and packing material specification. So you can pick one. You can pick one, either one raw material or the one packing material. So people from university, you can pick one of the items they use at the canteen. Maybe rice or maybe whatever. right? So one item you can use. So can you go back? I'll go back to that. Can you develop a kind of a characteristics covering A to H under that particular raw material? Or maybe you can identify the ingredients. Say canteen, you identify salt. So just check in Sri Lanka, there's a special SLS standard for salt. You can't just sell salt, right? It should be in line with the standard, right? So can we do this? A to H. You can use the net, right? You can use the net, you can use the internet, but I want a kind of answer. So now we are going to do a HACCP, real HACCP study, right? Team, are you good? Are you okay with this case study? Team, are we good? Team, are we good with the case study? Team, are we good? So I'm not getting any feedback. Come on, guys. I need a reaction. You started to already work on this. This is not easy. Now, hazard part is not easy like other areas. Okay. Again, is good. Let's start. Can you just give me a few raw materials or like ingredients you're going to start up with? Otherwise, we'll be losing time. Akitu, what is the raw material you're going to start with? What is the raw material you're going to start? Okay, so what is the raw material you're going to start? Maybe just give me a few examples. What are the raw materials or contact surface or primary packing material specification you are going to start with? Give me a few examples. See, let's do this entire thing. So then end of the program, you know how to conduct the HACCP study. Yep. What are the raw materials you're going to pick? Maybe you can pick rice, maybe you can pick salt, uh, wheat, salt, sugar. Okay. Radhishika, don't take all, right? It's lot. So take one. Well, okay, you're on the right track. So let's take about 5 minutes. Now time is 12:51, 12:55. Okay, so these are the raw material. Now identify the specification against this. So you have 5 minutes. I know it's challenging, but let's try to learn. Samindu, when you say seafood, you can't do a raw material specification for seafood. You have to identify one. Yeah? Sanduru. Yeah? Yeah, Nimali chicken, yes, fine. So try to identify these parameters. If it is chicken, what is the biological, chemical, physical characteristic? Composition of the chicken, source of the chicken. So you have to identify one brand, right? Place of origin, method of production, chicken, what is the method of production? What is the method of packaging and delivery? Storage condition and shelf life of the chicken, right? Preparation and handling before use process. So we need to identify all this, right? So this is the challenging part. So if you can do this, that will be ideal. Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. Team, time is up. You need more time. So it's not easy like other areas, right? Himali, what do you think? It's not easy, right? So the previous GMP question and all, like, so you guys answered before that, but yeah, even if you write on a paper, you can actually send it to me. Yeah, we'll take another 5 minutes. I know this is not easy, so let's wait till. So I don't need the names, Mushad and Keshani. I need this. I want you to fill up like if it is vegetables. See, Keshani, like you can't just say vegetables. It will be vary, right? The cabbage to the carrots, it will be different. So you need to have a raw material specification. You can't have a raw material specification for like common vegetables. It will be different, right? So, Tim, did you got my question? Is it clear? See, if it is vegetable, you need to identify like biological, chemical, and physical characteristics for cabbage, right? The composition of the cabbage. So that's why I say like use the research like the search engine or maybe chat and then identify this, yeah, for the training program. You got my point, right? Yeah, I'm starting to get the feedback. Let's see. Okay. Fernando has sent tuna fish. Okay. Original biological protein, fats, omega-3, and other nutrition content, chemical, heavy metals contained in flesh, histamine content, physical color, odor, and appearance of the product. Uh, Agreed, right? What about what about the place of origin, method of production? Right, you need to identify that also, right? You need to identify the place of origin, method of so tuna. If it is it from Sri Lankan Sea or is it from some other area? So you need to identify, right? Right. Fernando, you got my point, right? So you need to cover everything. Okay. Uh, Panchali, the eggs, the biological, chemical, physical characteristic, biological risk of salmonella appearance, bacterial. So material eggs also like you need to give Panchali, you need to give the composition, chemical, what would be the water, what would be the protein. So physical characteristics is it's have a shell. So that description has to be there. Then biological salmonella appearance, bacterial contamination from shell, chemical, pesticides residual, physical. This is good. Composition formulated ingredient whole egg contain. Oh, right. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is you have contained protein, egg white, yolk, fat, vitamin, animal origin poultry, method of packing and delivery, packing clean egg trays, cartons protected from packaging, right, okay, storage condition, shelf life stored 0 to 4, recommended or cool dry place if unwashed, avoid temperature for fluctuation, shelf life 3 to 4 weeks. Agreed. This is nice, huh? What's this? Panchali, excellent. Good job. I think like you covered everything. Yeah. And then yellow fin tuna, fresh, parasite free, low histamine present, SEA high protein, low fat, unauthorized additives, fish, Indian Ocean, wild catch by approved vessels, food grade packing, chip, fully agree. Yeah. Okay. Now you guys know. Okay. Sandu. Okay. Tuna, fillet, raw fish tissue. All right. Excellent. Sandu, thank you very much. This was fantastic, right? Sandu, this is fantastic. I tried to put a heart there. Where is this? Did I? Okay. So this is fantastic. See, I believe like we having an advantage with the industry team, right? Because they know a little bit of it. So this the combination of industry as well as the university student, right? Like the university student can get an advantage. Then you the expected level from industry, right? So okay, you have done salt, white crystalline powder, free from dust, sanded, ideal level 20 to 40 ppm, sodium chloride purity level at least 97%. Okay, Nadishika, like this is good, but there's a special standard, right? It talk about potassium chloride as well. So this just check. I think like all guys are quite good, right? All right. Okay. Perfect. Right. Team. Now we come on, we go into this, right? Raw material. Now, guys, shall we take a break? Um, are you okay with the 30 minutes run break? Or you want a 45 minutes? You okay with the 30 minutes? You want a 30 minutes? So I mean, if we finish, we can finish bit early. Otherwise, we can use the entire time, right? So shall we stick to 30 minutes lunch break? Don't eat too much. We're going to do a lot of case studies, right? So ended up in the program, you are capable of delivering the hazard plan as well. So shall we break a 30 minutes lunch break? You good? So lunch break, 1, 3, 2, 1, 33. Yeah. So guys, let's take a break. A good lunch break. You can go around like I believe like you're sitting in the throughout the day. So let's take a fresh air, like go around, take a 30 minutes. 30 minutes will fly like that, and then we'll come back and then we'll continue the hazard plan. Right, team? Thank you very much. Hope to see you all in the second session as well. Right, team. I think all are here. You had a good break. Uh, shall we start or we'll wait for another 5 minutes? What do you think? 1:35, we'll wait for another 5 minutes and then we start. Yep.
Sure, sir.
All right. Team, I think we might have an issue with the timing. So let's start and then hope others will join. Right. Okay. So I think you are quite okay with you are complete the what do you call initial ingredient, right? So you have done this part. But most of the time when we see the industry, people don't do this part, right? Imagine if you are running in your case. Okay, now we have a member from Ayurveda, right? So how many ingredients you are using? So seafood is okay, coconut is okay, dairy, certain amount depend on the product. Flour is okay. Ice cream industry, how many in the raw materials you are using? So imagine Ayurvedic product, how many ingredients you are using? Maybe sometimes 100 plus, right? Even ice cream, you might depend on the variety you have, right? The flavors and all you might use, but not like Ayurveda, right? So imagine if you are running a kitchen, right? We go for HACCP, Codex HACCP for the kitchen as well. So imagine the number of ingredients they use in the kitchen, right? So there will be like lot. So this study will be very comprehensive study because we need to collect all the information, right? So our friend is there from Ayurveda. How many ingredients, initial ingredients we are looking at? Maybe 100, 100 plus ingredients. Do you have the Ayurveda friend is here? We are looking at 100 plus ingredients, right? Yeah, a lot, right? So now let's move on. Now we have completed the case study. Now we have to do the end product. So similar scenario. So organization shall ensure that all applicable statutory and regulatory food safety requirements are identified for all the end product intended to be used, produced, right? Say if it is ice cream, what would be the end product, right? Is there any legal requirement? Is there any legal requirement, right, for the ice cream? So if it is a milk, what would be the legal requirement? If it is Ayurvedic product, so the product has to be approved from Ayurveda, right? Tim, you can mute the mic. If you have a question, you can on the mic and talk. Otherwise, just make sure your mics are mute because there will be a disturbance for the others as well, right? But if you have a question, you are free to unmute your mic and ask those questions, right? So these are like kind of an end product. End product requirements. See, imagine coconut. So coconut also your aseptic product milk. You talk about the virgin coconut oil, right? So different product has a different requirement, right? So these things we need to identify. So organization shall maintain documented information concerning the characteristics of end product to the extent needed to conduct the hazard analysis, including information on following as appropriate. So these all these informations are basically required to conduct the hazard analysis, right? So we need to know about the product name and similar identification. If it is ice cream, okay, what would be the flavor, right? Type of flavor in the ice cream. Then the composition of the ice cream, what would be the water, what would be the all composition. And then there are label requirement, right? And then biological, chemical, physical characteristics related to the food safety, right? Now, when we talk about the ice cream, what would be the biological, chemical, physical characteristic of ice cream? If it is milk, if it is tea, if it is fish, what would be the characteristics? Say, for example, ice cream, you might say, okay, biological is these are the characteristics, these are the chemical characteristics, and these are the physical characteristic, right? And then you need to talk about the cold chain as well. And then intended shelf life and storage condition. So if it is a Ayurvedic product, your intended shelf life and storage conditions will be vary to ice cream or a fish, right? And then what would be the packaging? And then labeling related to food safety and or instruction to handling preparation of intended use. So say for example, you need to have a label requirement that will be like in line with the Sri Lankan label law, right? So label law, right? So there will be a label guideline. So the three language has to be there, expiry date has to be there, production date, all kind of a requirement, right? And then intended use. What do you mean by intended use? What does that mean by intended use? So this is the key requirement. Say, for example, if it is ice cream, the intended use is what? You tear off the package, you eat it, right? If it is a fish, intended use is what? Unless it's a like special one, the product, you need to like take home, maybe cut it, and then there should be a heat process, right? Because you can't eat fish in a raw form, right? So that's a kind of a requirement. That's a kind of a requirement, right? So you need to make sure your product intended use. So that instruction has to be given. Like say for example, if you take a tea packet, in this tea packet basically said, okay, you can't just eat tea, right? You can't eat black tea because the purpose of the intended use of the black tea is what? You need to put it into the boiling water, right? Take the extract and take the bag out and only drink the extract. That's the intended use, right? So sometimes there will be a reasonable foreseeable use. Let me explain that using a non-food product. Like say for example, food product is bit difficult to explain that reasonable foreseeable use. Say for example now, uh, we'll say a shampoo is a personal hygiene product. You're using a shampoo to wash your hair, right? And when you wash your hair, right, after you apply, you have to wash it. So there's a certain portion of shampoo can be consumed, right? Like, it's like, goes through your mouth. So a certain very small portion can be consumed. So that could be a reasonable, foreseeable use. So the shampoo manufacturers actually need to cover this requirement as well. So that's why shampoo manufacturers, all the product ingredients are food grade. So car wash doesn't need to do that. Car wash is a non-food grade. Right, you don't need to worry about car wash because it's a non-food grade material, right? So nobody's like, even there's no reasonable foreseeable use where car wash can be consumed by a person. But shampoo, of course, there's a chance, reasonable. Because unless if somebody drink the car wash purposely, that is not a reasonable, right? That is an unreasonable thing. But shampoo, while you're washing, there's a chance. And even imagine the toothpaste. When you brush your teeth, there's a certain portion of toothpaste can be consumed by yourself, right? Certain portion. So the toothpaste manufacturers, they had to basically like manufacture the food grade toothpaste, right? I mean, all the ingredient has to be food grade because there's a high chance of reasonable foreseeable use, right? So now I believe, so food, like, you can't think of, like, I can't really think of like what would be the reasonable foreseeable use in food. But normally, like, it basically intended use. Like, what does that mean? Like, if it's a butter, you spread or like you mix with something, right? It's the sugar, you add it, right? So those are the intended use. So when you do risk assessment, you need to consider this intended use. Why? Like, one example we will understand later on. Say, if you are taking a fish product, right? If it is a fish product, and if it is a say a fruit product, which one is the high risk? Now think of this same line, intended use. You have a fish, you have an apple, fish and apple. Which one is the high risk? Which one is the high risk food? You have a fish, you have apple. Which one is the high risk? Okay. I said apple. Okay. Bindu said fish, 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 fish. Okay. All right. So everybody saying fish. All right. We'll ask from, okay. We'll ask from Fernando. Why you said apple? Fernando, can you just tell me why you said apple? Why? What is the theory, rationale behind that? Agreed, right? So people who said fish, why you said fish? Why people who said like fish, why you said fish? Can I get one feedback? Why you said fish? Yes, agree, right? That's also now. What is the problem now? Like I asked, okay, which one is high risk product? Both high risk product in two different way. So
Sir,
when you,
uh,
yeah,
your
hello, somebody wants to say something. Okay. So both are correct, right? So unfortunately, only Fernando is talking about the apple. See, imagine, imagine, fully agreed. Fish is a highly perishable product. You have protein. There will be a lot of microbes can be there, right? And then your water content is very high, right? Fully agreed. So fish is a high risk product. And then one more thing. What would be the intended use for the fish? How that fish use? unless it's sushi, sushi, what would be the intended use of fish? How do you eat fish? How do you eat fish? Cooked, right? So what do you do during the cooking step? What do you do during the cooking step? What do you do during the cooking step? You kill bulk of the bacteria, bulk of the microbes, right? Exposing to the heat, agree, right? So you kill. So this is the intended use mean like when you do when you all agreed. So when you do this intended use part, sushi is a different one, right? But normal cooking fish, okay, you cook, you apply heat, there's a high chance you kill the bacteria, whatever, spoilage microbes, right? Uh, anyway, it's a high risk product because you have high protein, but intended use will cut down certain amount of microbes. But apple, in the other hand, number of microbes can be very less. But imagine if there's a the pesticide or anything will be there. What happened? You directly consume because there's no other step to kill or like eliminate that. So in terms of risk factor, both products are risk. So if fish, if it is like a cook without cook, yes, high chance, right? But remember the protein product, the meat product we categorize as a high risk product. Same time, fruits or raw vegetables again we categorize as a high risk product. Both can be high risk product. So now imagine if you go to a buffet, good buffet, right? You can see even the dessert area and the salad area is under temperature control and under AC environment, right? Even like there are buffets. Your normal buffet is not under AC, but at least those kind of a buffet, your dessert as well as your salad and then fruits are under AC condition, temperature control, mainly because of this reason, right? So when you do HACCP and all, like don't stick to the industry. Maybe you can work on the resort, the hotel industry. So that will be lovely because you have to do the work, but of course there will be a lot of advantage as well, right? So this is one area. Now you know about the intended use as well. Now let's do another case study because HACCP part will go a bit slower. The Codex and GMP I started a bit faster, but we capture everything. But HACCP is very important, right? Now let's try to do a product specification, whatever the product you identify. So canteen, the university student, you can do a end product specification for maybe kottu, or maybe a tea, or plain tea, right? Or maybe a rice, right? Or maybe the industry people, you can do Ayurvedic product, Ayurvedic drug, or Ayurvedic maybe guli, whatever, coconut VOC, dairy, maybe flour, ice cream. So you can do a finished product specification. So can we do a finished product specification within 5 minutes? Will take about 5 minutes. Now 153, 158. So can we do this? Guys, when you do the finished product specification, please think of intended use, right? The steps which you're going through the intended use. If it is a tea, what would be the intended use? So can I ask one more question? See, you have a tea bag, two tea bags. One tea bag is contaminated with the pesticide. Other tea bag has a nail in it, SS nail, right? Now, which one is most dangerous for the consumer? Chemical, SS nail inside the tea bag. You're going to use this tea bag and make a tea. Which one is the most dangerous and why? Which one is the most dangerous? Before we go for this case study, I just need to understand whether you got this message clearly. Which one is the most dangerous? Okay, question is, you have two tea bags. Now you're going to make a tea. One tea bag has a pesticide, chemical residues. Other tea bag has a nail into it, right? But you can't see, right? You're going to make a tea and drink. So which one is the most the dangerous? So Fernando said chemical, non-detectable to the naked eye. So you mean to say you can see the nail, right? But definitely if you can't see with pesticide, yeah. Because see it's a SS nail, right? And then what you do is like that again intended use. Otherwise, if you think in the raw form, you might think both dangerous. But imagine if it is a SS nail, you have a bag, tea bag, you put it there, you take the extract, so nothing happened to the nail. You drink the extract only. So the nail will go through the tea bag, right? Guys, agreed, perfect, right? And then the pesticide with the tea bag, what will happen? It will dissolve, and then you drink the pesticide, right? So that is the most dangerous. But how you come out with this solution? The answer to this question is thinking of the intended use. So imagine if you have to eat both tea bags, right? So then you eating the pesticide and then you damage your teeth while try to eat the tea bag with the nail, right? So that is both dangerous. But the method of tea bag is what? Intended use is extract, right? Now I'll give 5 minutes. So now again I give 5 minutes. Now 1:56. So let's 2-1. 5 minutes. Can you do the finished products specification like this? So now you have to do this case study. Can you develop an end product specification like this? So cover, name, composition. So you can pick anything. So people from universities, you can pick any product from the canteen. So maybe you can share this gap study with the canteen team as well. Maybe you can do a voluntary training for the canteen team. Yeah, right. Let's do this. So you have 5 minutes. FG specification of oil is like color, appearance, order, specifically. Yeah, like Darshi, if it is oil, right? Finished product specification has to be Basically, like, product name similar. If it is virgin coconut oil, and then the composition of the oil has to be there, and then biological, chemical, physical characteristics. You might have like some information from CDA, Coconut Development Board, and then like you identify the composition of the oil, like a different composition you identify, right? So then intended shelf life. So if it is a virgin coconut oil, 6 month, and storage condition is what? And then what would be the packaging? Like you say, glass jars, right? And then labeling. What are the labeling requirements? So method of distribution. So all these requirement has to be completed. Dairy product specification mean milk or dairy food must be safe, fresh, properly pasteurized. No, 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 not this, not this. Say if it is a dairy product, you can't just do for Avishka, you can't do for dairy products, right? You have to basically do like say what would be your dairy product? Is it milk powder or milk like liquid milk? So or maybe like if it is a yogurt, so you have a different specification. So this has to be there. So I'm which is saying like ice cream, sugar milk, smooth. It's not the pH. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I'm like it's not about the ice cream content or anything, right? So when you have a finished ice cream, what would be your uh, like the specification for that? Like the amount of sugar, amount of water, amount of fat. So those are the specification you need to develop. Yeah, you got it, team. This must be there in your industry, right? Can I get one more correct answer so then I can move on? Okay, so Divya, like that is the end use, right? But Kottu should have a specification. You need to say this amount of protein, this amount of carbohydrate, and then like those information has to be there. But Kottu, I don't think it's a single use, right? You can't consume immediately. After that you need to discard, but we don't do that, right? You can't reheat and use it, right? So those and then what you mentioned was it can be egg and protein will be there, so those ingredient list has to be there. Cutlets, buy a pastry dot and following from free from microbes, safe. You can't just say free from microbes, right? You have to give figures, free from foreign matter. So these are the finished product specification. Let me see whether I can find something. Okay, righto. SC team, yellow tuna, yellowfin tuna type, lion trunk, fresh tuna, free from microbes like salmon and histamine, legal level, free from metal hooks, fresh shell. Okay, right. 1740 vacuum packed. Vacuum packed food grade polythene bags, product name, batch, net weight, scientific name, production date, expiry date, storage temperature, country of origin, allergen declaration, handling instruction, transport under the cold chain chill. Fully agreed. Product name, fried rice pack, packet product type, ready to eat cooked meal, ingredient rice, vegetable oil, seasoning, operation egg meat, even in mixed cooked rice with no foreign matter, color light to medium brown, fresh fried rice. Okay, interesting. Taste survey and well sponsored. Net weight. Okay, interesting. What about 60? Yes, so this last two, yellowfin tuna and then the fried rice. So we have like very interesting. We have Keshani, thank you very much. It was really good. And then same time was this Savindia. So this is really good. So we have one product specification from industry and then one product from the university. So it was good. I think like we covered that part, right? So let's move on. So you know about the raw material. So there will be a lot of raw material. There will be few end product, right? Now we cover that part. Now this is the intended use. Say the intended use including reasonably expected handling of end product at any unintended use. Now you know about this, right? But reasonably expected mishandling and misuse of the end product shall be considered and shall be maintained as a documented information. So the to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis. So this information will be used when you conduct the hazard analysis. When appropriate group of consumers users shall be identified for the end product. Group of consumers users known to be specially vulnerable to the specific food safety hazard shall be identified. Say for example, now there are people who will be vulnerable for the gluten, right? So you need to communicate that there will be a issue with the gluten, like you indicate like your protein and like those information has to be there, right? So these are the one area about the intended use. Right now we don't need to do this because we already identify, we did T and all, like we identify that. Now the most important parts, flow diagram and description of the process. Food safety team shall establish, maintain, and update flow diagrams as documented information for the product or product categories and the process covered by food safety management system. The flow diagram provide graphic representative of the process. Flow diagram shall be used when conducting the hazard analysis as a basic for evaluating the possible occurrence, increase, decrease, or introduction of food safety hazard. Right now, this part, right, is most important part. If somebody asks, okay, what is the most important step in HACCP study? I would rather say process mapping, right? People might think like, okay, process mapping is so easy. Why you are worried about? See, imagine if you miss out one point in your process map, you are not going to identify the relevant hazard related to that particular step, right? So that's why standard is very much focused on about the process map, right? So this is a very interesting area, right? Let me go through. So the process map flow diagram shall be clear, accurate, and sufficiently detailed to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis. Flow diagram shall be appropriate, including following, right? The sequence and interaction of the steps of the process, any outsourced process, when the raw material, ingredient, process aid, packaging material, utilities, and intermediate products enter the flow, where the reworking and recycling take place, where the end product, intermediate product, byproduct, and waste are released or removed. So then it said, okay, on-site confirmation of the flow diagram. The food safety team shall confirm on-site accurately of the flow diagram, update the flow diagram where appropriate, written as documented. So, right, okay. Now, I think we have a case study, but before that, let me try to find a flow diagram just to show you the Let me show you a different one right now. You can see this, right? You can see the flow diagram, right? Are you good? You can see this? Okay, you can see this, right? Okay, great. So you can see like, well water, water pump to the storage tank, sand filter, carbon filter, because we talk about the water thing, right? Resin filter, water pump to the storage tank, water feed to the RO plant. Then you check the sample, hold, reject, if not, okay, pump to the boiler and blending, right? So these are kind of a process flow diagram. So it can be a single flow, right? It can be a single flow, right? So sometimes it can be a very complex diagram, right? Uh, Let me try to find. Hope you can see this also. So you can see this is a complex, right? The process diagram, like, it's not very straightforward. You have so many complex, like, there will be so many additives coming up. So there are different areas. So you like process map doesn't have to be a very straight line. So that's why I just want to search for other like, complex one and show it to you, because it will be totally different one, right? So it will be like, one and the different one, right? So one is very straightforward line, the RO plant, and the second one is not that straightforward. It will be like, total different one, right? So now when you try to do a process flow diagram, this is the key part, right? Now, before you develop any process flow diagram, right? Maybe you can write it in your paper and then send a WhatsApp picture, or maybe you can send it the short screenshot in the chat as well. Now, forget about everything because people might do a different thing. Now, everybody know how to make a plain tea, right? The black tea, plain tea, right? Right? Can you all develop a process flow diagram, right? You don't need to go and plug the tea, right? You have a tea bag or tea, starting from that point, and then add sugar, and then final outcome would be the plain tea with the sugar. So you might need to develop a specification for plain tea with the sugar, but don't worry about that. Can you develop a process flow diagram for making a plain tea? Can you do that? Are you good? So can you develop a plain tea? It look very simple, right? Let's see. Can you develop a plain tea? Yeah? Can you all do that? Team, can you all do that? Okay, you can do that. So I'll give 5 minutes. So we're going to do a plenty. So now 2:15 to 20. So you take a picture and upload into WhatsApp or like maybe to meeting chat. Let's see how you're going to make the plenty, right? So process map is very important part, right? Let's see. So you have to get feedback. Plenty කතා නොච්චර දාන්න නෑනේ. Okay, so I'm starting to get feedback. Okay, so I get a feedback from water boil, add tea powder. Okay, right. Let me start. Uh, hot water preparation, boiling hot water added, steeping 2 to 3 minutes, extraction of tea compound, remove tea bags, addition of sugar, milk option, mixing, ready tea. Okay. Okay, one thing. Okay, let's move to the other one. Tea bag, hot water, add in tea, starting boil hot water 100, add tea leaves or tea bags, steep for 3 to 5 minutes, remove tea leaves or tea bag, pour into cup, add sugar, serve hot and right. Okay. Got a feedback here. Boil water, add tea bags to the cup. Boil water, steep 2 minutes, remove tea bags, add sugar. Okay. Right. And then clean kettle, boil pure water, add tea bag, then mix, serve. Uh, Pour into cup, serve hot tea. Okay, got it. Add serve plant water. Boiling water, put into the clean cup, add tea bag, brewing 3-5 minutes, remove tea bag, add sugar. Add sugar. Where is this? Stir, dissolve, present, boil, serving. Okay. Okay, right. Okay. Now I think I'm getting few feedback from here also. Let's see. Uh, so sugar, water, tea bag, hot water, add mixing and filter. Okay, here also like tea cup, tea add, boil cup, water, stir. Okay. Okay, now I think like all are quite okay. Uh, right. But I have a one question now. See, when you uh, when you mix it, right? All tea processes are quite okay. Right. You add water, remove tea bag. You add sugar, and don't you taste it? Don't you do the tasting part? Don't you do the tasting part? Right? Is there anyone who capture that? Like, you add 1 teaspoon, you mix it, and then you taste it. I mean, like, depend on the way you taste it, right? So if you put it to the entire mouth and like put it back, you're adding so much of microbes, right? But you put it into your hand, like, then again, the spoon will touch your hand, right? And then you lick it and like, taste it. Or you maybe decided to add more tea, right? More sugar, right? So these part, right? So let's see the last person. Have you, right? So what do you think? So don't you think this is a kind of a crucial step? You mix it, you take the taste, you add more sugar, or you decide, okay, this is fine. So this is a very crucial step, right? So if you miss out this step, are you agree with me, guys? What do you think? Are you agree with me? Yeah, you agree with me, right? So this is a very crucial step. If you miss out this step, right? If you miss out this step, that will be a serious issue, right? So if you're missing out this particular step, like the tasting part, so that can create issue. So when you develop the process flow diagram, right? Now let me go back to the presentation again. It says like on-site confirmation of the flow diagram physically, because none of us we don't have time, right? Like this online program, physical, you didn't go and check how you're going to make the tea, right? So even if you make like, check, observe somebody is making a tea. Tea making is a very simple process, right? You might see, okay, they taste it, right? So that part has to be there. So that's why standard said food safety team shall confirm on-site accuracy of the flow diagram, update the flow diagram where appropriate and retain as documented information, right? So this is a very crucial part. So now, like, it's a common program. This is so now everybody knows how to make a tea. Now you already developed the process flow diagram for tea. So let's do all the HACCP part into a tea, right? So balance HACCP, like, making a tea. So you are not worried about the how the manufacturer developed tea. So you have a supply evolution process, right? You identify your supply requirement. So you buy a particular tea bag from the approved supplier. So you maybe check from the outer box, okay, whether this is a approved supplier, right? From the outer box, you will say, okay, this is approved supplier from HACCP certificate is there. So you take that tea bag. So you are taking care of that part, right? And then you are getting a HACCP, HACCP Codex HACCP for tea making process. So water, like, tea bag, mixing, sugar, right? So you're buying sugar also from a approved supplier. You can say that also, right? So all sugar making part, tea making part will be from that place. So we are not going to develop any other HACCP plan. We'll be basically developing HACCP for your tea. So then depend on the industry. Like, I don't mind, like, people from seafood. If you develop a process map for seafood industry or Ayurvedic, right? Even coconut, right? Poultry industry, dairy, flour, ice cream. If you develop process map for that, that also fine with me, right? But other than that, we'll stick to the tea making because we need to learn the concept, right? So that's the whole purpose, right? Now you complete the process map and then you physically go to the site. You check whether the process map is accurate or not. That's the main part, right? You complete that part. Now, after you complete the process flow diagram, you develop the process flow diagram, right? Can you just I'll give another 2-3 minutes. Can you revise your process map, including that part, the tasting part? I think like all the other things are quite okay. Tea bag, cup, and all. So can you add this step and verify this? So I'll give another 2 minutes. So 2:28, because we'll be using this as a this process map as a kind of a like common process map which we are going to identify CCPs and everything, right? OPRP, whatever, right, for the T. But people who coming from industry, if you want to develop a separate process map, you can use it. And then if you, I don't mind if it is okay if you want to share it with the others, you can share it with them as well, right? So you have 2 minutes. Let's do that also. So update this process map, including the tasting part, right? You're not putting your finger and taste it now. So anyway, you have a spoon and then you taste it and maybe put it back again, right? So there can be a chance of contamination. So maybe other members can also like think of something else. Yeah. Thank you. Dinuri agree. This is perfect, right? Fully agreed. Right. I think now you're okay with this, right? Basically, like, steeping, we call it brewing for 2 to 3 minutes, and then you use it. Right. No, now we complete. Now, we are like, now we are going to the description of process and process environment. So this is very easy, right? So again, food safety team shall describe to the extent needed to conduct the hazard analysis. The layout of the premises, including food and non-food handling area, processing equipment and contact material, process aids and flow materials, existing. You can see this, right? The screen, you can see that, right? Hope you can see the screen, right? Screen is, you can see the screen, right? Is it good? You can see the presentation, or is there a change? All right, you can see the presentation, right? That's good. Thank you. So then layout, existing PRP mean GMP. In ISO 22, we call ISO, BRC, or the standard, they call PRP, process parameters, control measures, if anything, and then any external requirement, legal requirements are there. So we need to identify that. So this we already completed as a GMP. So if it is a tea making kitchen, you say, okay, we are trying to get a like HACCP for a tea making tea shop, right? You can get it, right? So now our whole purpose is to get a HACCP Codex HACCP certificate for the tea outlet. So we only serve tea. So all of us were in the part of that business. Now we need to make sure like the layout. So what would be the infrastructure? What would be the equipment? What would be the people? What would be the storage facilities? All these things we need to cover. So variance resulting from expected seasonal changes in shift pattern shall be included as appropriate. So if there's a shift pattern, say for example, this tea shop run for 24/7, night shift, what with that? So the description shall be updated as appropriate and then maintain documented information. So basically, it will be our GMP requirement. This is our GMP requirement, which we already completed. Right now, we are going to do a hazard analysis. Right now, we have a food safety team. Food safety team shall conduct hazard analysis based on the preliminary information to determine the hazard that need to be controlled. The degree of control shall ensure food safety and, where appropriate, combination of control measures shall be used. So now we try to identify T. In T, what could be the hazards, right? So, and then what are the hazards we are going to control? What would be the parameters we are going to control, right? So those things we are going to identify now, right? Now we are going to identify the hazard, right? So when we identify the hazard, let me explain. So this is one example. See, you can see all the process steps are there. So this is one product like styrofoam making machine. You have a process step: receiving styrofoam granules, wrapping material, packing materials, unloading. So this one you can see is a process step. Unloading. You can see each and every step. Even though there's no hazard, they mention unloading, incoming raw material inspection, transfer to the storage location, issue GRN, identification tagging, storage recording to first in, first out, packing material storage. So you identify all the process steps. Then you identify the physical, chemical, microallergenic, right? So normal under Codex Alimentarius, we need to identify these four type of hazard. You can see under receiving. So when you receive the granules, you might have a dust here, metal particles are there. So maybe a chemical, oil, grease. So it doesn't mention saying yes, yes, no, right? If it is yes, they specifically mention what are the chemical hazard. It can be oil, grease, and other chemical contamination from previous cargo container. Because we need to know all these minor details to control. So there's no styrofoam, these are plastic material, no microbiology, no allergen, right? So in this step two, unloading. So when you unload, there can be dust and other particles, but there won't be any other materials. Depend on the site, right? So depend on their site, they can identify. Right now, I can give 10 minutes, right? I will give basically 10 minutes. So here you are not trying to control or do anything. Here you try to identify the hazard relevant for that particular step only. Right? Here you are not considering the intended use. Right? Remember, you are not considering the intended use. You are only considering the step. What are the hazard that step can introduce to this product? That's it. Right? What are the hazard that can introduce to the product? Right. Now, team, is it clear? Is it clear to you? Guys, is it clear? Hazard identification part, is it clear to you? Team, do I need to explain again? Okay, Kaushalya clear. What about others? Is it clear? Okay. Right. Okay. Samindya and Rasika, you want me to explain again? Right. Now, let me go back. See, now we are going to do a hazard analysis, right? So under each and every step, there can be some hazard introduction to the product. Right. So this is the example, right? I took. Say for example, now if I take an example like you have a friend from seafood industry. So you are getting a fish from a boat, right? You are buying a fish from a boat. So with this fish, there can be a physical, like that's a raw fish. You can have a hook parts, so that can be a physical, right? So and then there can be a chemical because you don't know how long this fish has been there, right? So maybe a histamine can be there. So microbiological can be there, and then allergen can be there. So all has can be there. So what we need to do is like when you develop your process flow diagram, say for example now you develop process flow diagram for tea. You say okay. Uh, Boiling water, right? So under each and every step. So you said, okay, boil water up to 100 and 212 Fahrenheit, right? Now, during this boiling water step, what would be the hazard introduction? So chemical, is there any hazard can go due to a boiling? Because is a aluminium, and then like very rarely aluminium particles can go, right? Because normally we are getting a good like container. So chemical, no. Physical, do you think like metal particle can be like move remove due to 100? I mean like we are having a very good container, right? So physical, no. Microbiological, boiling, it's actually killing the microbes, so no. Allergen, no. So under boiling stage, so you identify what are the chemical can introduce, what are the physical can introduce, what are the microbial can introduce, what are the allergen can introduce. And now the second step, so you go by add tea leaves or tea bags. So what are the chemicals can introduce, because then you need to have assurance, you need to know about the tea. So tea is from Sri Lanka, right? So what can be what kind of chemical contamination can be present there, right, in the tea, right? What can be a microbiological contamination? Your yeast mole count in tea, right? So that's the second thing. And then the physical. What are the physical? So if it is a tea bag, what are the physical contamination? If it is a tea leaves, what are the physical contamination? And what are the allergens? Normally, tea we don't consider as any allergenic product like water. Right. Now, I just explained that. Is it clear? Asna, is this clear? Rasika, is this clear? Savindya, is this clear to you? To others also. I took your example. Right. Okay, good. What about Savindi, Rasika? Right. Now we are going to do a case study. See, what we try to do is like, end of the program, Codex. If you need find information, you know where to find information. Very simple. And then GMP requirement, how to do the GMP gap study. When you go to the industry or even existing industry, like these are the GMP requirement I required. So before you go to a HACCP, Codex HACCP, right? HACCP study, this process map, you have to complete all the GMP. Imagine like, now we are taking a very simple example. You are making a tea open environment, right? So you are having a shop open, there's no control, everything. So now what happened? Like, the physical dust and all, right? We are taking tea from outside, right? Like it's open. So you can't go for a hazard, right? Because then how are we going to control the dust? Right, so there will be a serious issue. So without GMP, you can't go for a HACCP. That's the bottom line. Right, if you want to go for a HACCP, HACCP certificate, you have to have a GMP. Proper GMP has to be properly in place. See, imagine you have a person with the cough, right? Then he's making a tea. So how are we going to control? Right, so that's why we complete GMP. And then you assure in your organization, GMPs are already there in place. Then only you go for the other standard. Yep, you got my point, right? So without HACCP, you can't do anything. Now, maybe we'll take a good time because we need. That's why basically, like, we allocate a little bit of we go little bit of fast track at the beginning. Here you need to think a lot, right? Now, I'll give basically like 15 minutes. I'll basically give 15 minutes. Can you all identify the HAC hazard, like, like this graph? Can you identify the hazard under your tea making process? Or maybe like people from industry, you have enough time, you can develop a process map, and then you can identify the hazard related to that process also. So if you can share that, that will be helpful for our university student as well, right? So let's take 15 minutes. Are you guys clear? Are you guys clear now? I think, like, it's very clear to you, right? You good? Is this good? All right, it's clear. So we'll take 15 minutes. So we're not going to stop for break. We will continue. So during this time, you can have a tea, plain tea, whatever. Actually, and then like, now is, we'll say 2:42. So around like 15 minutes, we'll come back and you can start presenting this also. You can share with me. We'll start discussion. So you need to identify the hazard related to each and every step. So before you complete everything, just share with me one or two. So then I can help you to fine tune. Use the chat, use the WhatsApp chat and this chat both. Right. Okay. Let's start now. So this is the longest exercise we are going to do, but we need time, right? Say now time is 2:43. Let's uh, let's start this 3 p.m. But you need to check. But we should get common one. Let's see. If you can start up and then share with me, then I can actually guide you. China, what is the app is not working? Jaimini, you were saying this app not work second time. Which is the app, Jaimini? You mean the Teams?
I will contact her, sir.
All right, okay, done, done. Hi. So, team, team, like if you don't mind, just share with me one or two before you complete the entire thing, so then I can guide you. So, India wants the recording, right? Bashini, are we giving the recording? Procure team, are we giving the
Yep,
recording? We are
Master.
giving, right?
Yep.
Sorry?
Yes, sir.
We are
There were
giving.
several requests regarding exams and academic reasons. So,
Okay. No, no, anyway, we are giving, right? Yeah. So you can go back and refer if you're required. So we will, I think basically like we need about like 2 to 3 days to uh, download Bashini, I think like she has a process for that. So basically we download and then share with the Procure team about the link. So then you can review that.
yeah.
So I got a feedback receiving water, pathogenic microorganism, heavy metals, excess chlorine, physical soil, okay, receiving TDs, bacteria contamination, molds, receiving of pesticide. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. So let's continue with this. I think Dil, you got you're in a correct track. Uh, so Rasika, you said I have a mid exam, right? For exam, what do we need to do? You might this recording might be helpful, right? That's what you want to say, right? Or you want me to say all the very best for the exam? Good luck with the exam or what? So we entire team is wishing you for mid-year exam, right? All right. Okay, you want the recording for the exam, right? I thought like you want me to wish. So I already wish you. Good luck for the exam. Yeah. Right. I think like if you can see, others can see Dil the presentation, the chemical, physical, micro allergens, right? You basically mentioned micro, chemical, physical. What about the allergen? Dil, you can't omit that, right? You need to include allergen. Yeah. You had to write, right? You had to write the allergen part, right? So you can't like the HACCP you have four requirement. Even though there's no allergen, that should indicate from the hazard analysis. So all four chemical, physical, micro allergen has to be there. All four has to be there, right? Yep. Yep. There will be a quiz. Not today, right? Proper team, not today, right? The quiz will be
Not today, sir.
because if you do the quiz today, I might not have enough time to complete the program. So there will be like you have free time. So they will send the quiz, and then you have time to complete and give it to the proper team. Yeah. So see, the proper team is very reasonable. They are giving enough time for you. Yeah. Right. So guys, so now you have about another 8 minutes. So start working on the hazard identification. So now we are going through the Codex Alimentarius, not just learning, right? So if I easily within half an hour I can explain this, right? But you don't get anything. When you started to work on the case study, only you identify. See, we are taking a very simple example, right? We are taking a simple example, mean making a plain tea. But imagine now we have a people who is into seafood, who is into Ayurvedic. So Ayurvedic, you have a serious. There will be so many additives, right? And then coconut, there are different coconut product, virgin, aseptic product, and then poultry feed, there dairy, high risk industry, flour industry, and then of course ice cream. So you have so many multiple varieties, right? So I'll stop talking. I'll allow you to work, right? So you can use both chat as well as both. You can use this, right? So started to get the feedback. Keshani Kavishka, right? So, guys, don't worry about giving the feedback because it's a learning curve for everybody, right? If you make a mistake, that will give us an opportunity to learn. Others can learn, right? Germs or fungus can grow on the tea leaves. Insect or pesticide can mix stored tea. Dirty water may, uh, dirty water may be used in processing. Poor quality. So now, when you identify the biological, you can say germs, fungus can be part of it. Insects and pests can be, if there's an insect, right? Uh, it can be a physical, right? Dirty water may be used in processing, so now we need to know, you need to know a little bit about the tea making. So what do you mean by dirty water? Say, what is the step here? Keshani, what is the step here? You mix up a lot of things, right? So, uh, see now when you make a tea, I'll take one example, right? One of your example is said, okay, boil water. So you will be doing a hazard analysis, hazard identification only for the boiled water. You can't mix it up. So if it is a dirty water, mean water contaminated with chemical, water contaminated with microbiological. So that part has to be complete in that step. So can you remember? See this graph, the chart I'm presenting, receiving styrofoam granules, wrapping materials, packing material. So that hazard analysis only for that particular step. Unloading, second hazard analysis. Incoming raw material inspection, third one. So you can't mix it up, right? I can see in your case, you mix it up, right? The chemical, so they are, so chemical hazard for what step? So it doesn't has to, you are not, see, we try to control, hazard identification mean, HACCP mean, Codex Alimentarius mean, you identify which one is your most risky step. See, try to understand this. Under GMP, we try to identify the most risky location, equipment, person, or the warehouse, and then try to control. So that's why I asked, beginning of this program, I asked this question, right? What is the most riskiest place in your canteen? So you identify the food preparation and the food serving area. Right, so that is the most control area. So when you develop a process map for canteen, raw material intake, so it can be fish, it can be rice, whatever. So then the control, that step has to have a certain hazard identification. So this is the Keshani, this is wrong because you are not doing the methodology as per the Codex Alimentarius. So you are having a different methodology, which I don't know, right? If it is a Codex Alimentarius HACCP principles, what you need to do is you need to develop your process map and then go to a site and you need to physically verify this is a correct process map. Then under each and every step, you need to identify the relevant hazard. It can be chemical, physical, micro, allergen. Right. Okay. I think this is nice learning. Keshan, you got my point? Keshan, nothing wrong with this. I'm this is a learning curve, right? So that's why all are here, right? So I just try to correct you, help you. And then while I'm helping you, others also can learn, right? Say for example, I don't need to learn everything by making a mistake by myself, right? So I can see what others mistake and then I can learn. That's common for life as well. You don't need to do all the mistakes by yourself. You can learn it. So similarly, so that's why we are using the group chat, right? That's easy, right? So Keshan, you are helping others, right? You got my point? Keshan, you are with me? Keshan, you are with me? You're good? Keshan, තරහ වෙලාද මාත් එක්ක? Right? So team others others learn from her, right? Thank you. So Keshav තරහ වෙලා නැහැ මාත් එක්ක. Right, that's good. Right, okay. So, so others can learn from her. So try to share with me. So don't worry, this part I keep a lot of time because I know we need to work on this. So then you will become a good HACCP implementer. So according to the codex, yeah. So you can use this. So I know we are exceeding time, but that's fine. Let's learn this. So we need to do. So I can wait. Okay, go one more. Let's see. From who? This from Dil, right? Okay, Dil, let's see. Receiving water. Pathogenic microorganism. Yeah, we don't know. Heavy metals, excess chlorine. Agreed. Perfect. Physical sand, soil, allergen, no, right? Water is normally, if you need to know like whether water is a like allergenic or not, like there are I think like 14 WHO they identify 14 allergens, and then other than that there are local allergens, so you can identify. Receiving tea leaves, bacterial contamination, molds, yeah, and then other than bacterial there can be molds, yeast. Main problem is yeast, right? The chemical residues of pesticide, agreed, dust, physical, and then allergen. Uh, Dill, you have to say no, right? Not yes. You got my point, right? The allergen there's no allergen, right? Dill, you got my point, right? Allergen has to be no. But other than that, all good, right? So allergen is no, right? Dill, you're with me, right? Allergen has to be no, right? Because there's no allergen in tea and water, right? Add sugar, mold is, and then contaminated chemicals and detergents, okay? Uh, Sand, insect, pesticide, foreign particles, yes. Allergen, no. Boiling water, survival of microbe of boiling in insufficient. Okay. Right, perfect. This is really nice. Survival. So you don't just put a like the mark. Say no, no chemical. While you're boiling, there's no chemical. While you're boiling, no physical, and then allergen, nothing. Right? No. You put no. And brewing teas, contaminated utensils, contaminated environment. What do you mean by brewing? So you add like leave it for brewing, right? Uh, so what are the microbes? So it's no, right? While you are brewing, nothing will happen, right? Just 2 3 minutes. So brewing has to be no, and then chemical residues from detergents on the utensil, like while you are brewing, what is the chemical residue? So agreed, add sugar, but brewing you are just keeping for 3 minutes, right? And then brewing, why dust and air particles? While you are brewing, like go and scratch your hair or what? Or whether you give it open, right? Or maybe then allergen, no, right? Filtering, no. Aging, cleaning agent residues, okay. Chemicals, and then physical filter fibers, perfect. And then no. You're almost there. This is perfect. Can you redo saying allergen, no, and all kind of a thing? Can you redo this and send it to me? So you can share with the group, right? So you maybe cut like if there's no hazard, just say no, right? Don't just put a line. Say no hazard, right? And then other than that, like the brewing, there won't be any thing taken place, right? So only the hot water will extract the chemical from the tea bag. That's it. Yeah, right. So you're almost there. You're almost there. Say 97% there, right? So let's finish it off. What about others? What about others? See, I used to get a lot of answers at the beginning, but now it's slowed down, right? So HACCP is not easy, but let's finish as a team. Guys, come on. So if you can do this today, when you go to the industry, if you are, because like, you are doing with understanding the concept, right? So any area you can do it. So only thing you need to know about the product, the risk factors, the microbiological parameters you need to know. But this is not a single person's exercise, right? So this has to be a teamwork. But you can, with this knowledge, maybe you can lead it. Yeah. So can I get at least few more feedbacks for the team? And then industry people. Uh, any one of you have tried out your industry thing? So okay, I got a feedback. I think I got a feedback from Imsarani. So let's see. Uh, Boiling water, chemical no, physical no, microbiological no. Okay. So you start with the boiling water, right? And then allergen no. Add to the bag aflatoxin due to chemical metal ions. Okay. Because it has metal pieces, right? Then physical dust particle, yeast and fungus, microbe, allergen, no, yes. Steeping, no, no. More microbes from air, okay. Removal of the tea bag, no, 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 nothing. Perfect. Add sugar, heavy metals from sugar. Sugar maybe have dust and foreign metal. Molds, bacteria, no, agreed. Mixing, no. Dust due to not washing spoons properly. Microbes from spoon, yes. And tasting, no. Contaminated of the spoons, touch mouth and put back. Yeah. I think like this is perfect. Right. So maybe you can share in the group. So can I get one or two feedbacks? Right. Okay. This is good one. Okay. I got one more. Right. Imaya. Imaya ka ඔළුවෙන් හිටගෙන බලන්න මේ කරකවන්න බෑනේ මට. මේ කරකවම අනිත් පැත්තට යනවා. So what to do? Right. Okay. Obtaining water. So this should in line with your process map, right? Yes, impurities, dust, insect or foreign matters. Then chemical, treated water with excess chlorine. Yeah, bacteria. Okay, no. Boiling water. Yes, pesticide. Yes, chemical in particles in kettle. Okay, so am I using a very old kettle, right? So first, before you go for HACCP, you just make sure your GMPs are there, right? But that's fine. So you're doing that for right. Fully agreed. Chemical, plastic, electric kettle contamination, no, no. And obtaining tea leaves, yes, dust, chair, foreign particles, pesticide, bacteria, yes. Imaya, like, is it Imaya? Tannic acid? Tannic acid. I'm not sure about this, right? Stir well and sugar. Yes, sugar can contain dust, foreign particles, chemicals. No. Taste of the tea, saliva and pathogen and germs from saliva. Agreed. Right. Okay. Tannic acid. Imaya, I'm not sure about the tannic acid part. Yeah, just check on that. I'm not sure about that, Timaya. Just check on that. Do you have a, if you have a, see, in this kind of a scenario, say somebody put something on the hazard, so the person can defend that, saying, okay, these are the literature. We identify there's a tannic acid in this, the tea, and then that tea has a contaminant. It can be allergenic, right? They identify. So let's find Kaushalya one. But this is really good, huh? This one is really good. Other than that, it's really good. So Kaushalya has identified boiled water, plus salt, kettle, metal chlorine, pathogens. Okay. So Kaushalya, my question, you said okay, microbiology pathogens. So you said boil water, right? Rust, soil, dust from the kettle. Agreed. Like when you boil, there's a jar. Right. So tannic acid and antioxidant of tea leaves, right? So is it identified as allergenic? I'm not sure about that. That's my question. Right? So is this chemical component identified as allergenic? Can someone verify this? So we are doing a HACCP study, right? The entire team is working on a HACCP study right now. So can someone verify this? This is how we work, right? And then like pathogens, how boil water get the pathogens, right? Tea bags, tea film, pesticide, residual packing. So sugar, tea bag add or what? Micro contamination, sugar add. See, guys, when you do a process map, right? When you do a process map, hazard identification, right? When you do a process map, right? Uh, when you do a hazard identification, it should match with your process map, right? You can't like, take some part of the process map and started to do the hazard identification, right? So you have to do a like you need to follow the same sequence. Whatever you write in the process map, you need to complete, right? So that's the mandatory requirement. Whatever you have written in the process map, like whatever the step. Say for example, now dill will say example. There is example. I don't know. I can whether it's fine or not. Let's see. Did so Dill or Dill two different person or same person? I don't know. Right? Say we'll take one example. Savindya. So tea bag selection, boiling water preparation, tea bag immersion into hot water, steeping into required time 2 to 3 minutes. So that should cover in your hazard plan, right? So then Karuna, right, basically identify water, boiling water, put into the clean cup, add the tea bag, brewing for 5 minutes, remove the tea bag, add sugar, stir well. So all these steps has to have a hazard identification, right? So this is how we do the hazard, right? Can I get one more correct hazard identification, right? Can someone tell me like the tannic acid is a allergen or not? Yeah, you can ask from chat if you want. Yeah, can I get the feedback? Yes, so use this time to do proper HACCP study. So then within the day, end of the program, you know how to do the HACCP study. Yep. Tannic acid is not a allergen, right? Yeah. Even not even WHO guideline also it just not mentioned. Yeah. So guys, can I get one more proper feedback so then we can move on because we'll be using it. Yeah. So plain tea with milk. Yeah. Milk agreed. Milk is agreed, right? Because milk has protein. So that of course it can be allergen, but not with the tannic acid because normally water, the tea, we are not worried about the allergenic part because normally we don't have any records or anything. But the milk, of course, yes, agreed. So that's why I asked for a plain tea with the sugar. Yeah, I need that mixing and tasting step also part of it. Right. Nirvan has done it. So let's see. Unloading incoming raw material, transfer to the storage, issue GRN, identification, tapping, storage first in first. So this is for tuna, right? Okay, excellent. So now, guys, it's nice. Nirvan, thank you very much, right? First of all, thank you very much sharing the industry experience so others also can learn it, right? So physical is receiving tuna, whitefin tuna is bone, metal, foreign materials. Chemical is histamine, fuel. Agreed. Yeah, I actually forgot about the fuel part. Yes, and then microbiological pathogens, bacteria, allergen. No. Tuna. Why you said no at the allergen? Because it's protein, right? Maybe at the beginning you can say is a tuna. You have protein. You can say yes. You can the protein part, right? Then unloading, foreign matters, chemical hazard, no, histamine. I don't know, like Nirvana, allergen, yes, right? Okay, yes. Sorry. Right, allergen is yes. So you just mentioned the protein part. So don't just say protein, but I got a confusion. Uh, uh, Nirvan, what you can do is just mention at the beginning. That's it, right? So when you receive the tuna, that's protein, that is allergenic. You can say protein. But unloading, incoming raw material, you don't need to mention it because if it is unloading, there won't be any additional allergens there, right? So allergen, if you want to control, we have to control at the receiving step. That's it, right? So none of the other steps are basically contributing to it. You got my point, right? Nirvan, you got my point, right? Yeah. So then unloading foreign matters, no, chemical, no, histamine, no. And then allergen unloading, nothing. Right. Tuna is anyway allergen. It has a protein. That's it. Right? You got my point, right? Then incoming raw material, foreign matters, yes. Uh, then histamine, microbe contamination, incoming raw material, yes. Allergen, no. Transfer to the storage for foreign matters, no. Chemical temperature. So, Nirvan, how do you transfer? Is a manual transfer? You have a conveyor, or put it in the cart and you send it. What would be the mechanism for transfer? So you said transfer storage, no chemical. So if it is a conveyor, just check whether your conveyor has like in the motor and there's a chance of grease contamination. If not, that's fine with me, right? And then temperature, microbiological hazard, temperature. yes, you may be, you can say airborne count, not the temperature, right? And then issue GRN, nothing perfect. So documentation step doesn't include any hazard, right? And then identification of tagging, no tagging can be part of it, no hazard, no allergens, all right? And then storage first in first out, no histamine and yeah, I think manual transfer, right? So manual transfer using a cart or using a hand carry. Is it cart? Hand carry. I think it's a cart put into the crate, right? Hand carry. Okay, hand carry, that's perfect. Only the airborne count. But if it is put in your cart, then you might need to consider about the plastic pieces, all this kind. Nirvan, thank you very much. Right. So that is perfect. Right. So I think like we are covered with the process map. So team, are you clear with the process map and the hazard identification? Right. Let's go much deeper. Right. So now you're going to the deeper, right? Yeah. Thank you very much, Asna. So you know how to make a process map, the importance of the process map. So if you miss out one step, you're gone, right? So you have to make sure you identify that. And then the second step, you identify the hazard relevant to each and every step, right? So you identify hazard relevant to each and every step, right? So that is the second part. So I think like, thank you very much, Nirvan. He has shared, he had actually shared the industry experience, right? So then you have you understand how to make a tea because of the common example, but we have some industry example. Maybe other industry people also, if you want to do an industry example, that will be fine, right? Let's move on. Now we know we complete two part Codex has a, and then now we identify the acceptable level. Now we are going to identify the acceptable level. Like now, even in a tea, you identify so many hazards. There are chemical, there are physical, there are microbiological, there are no allergens in tea. But of course, in the tuna example, we have one allergen example. Now we need to. I'm like, if you try to control everything, so that will be like nightmare, right? So we need to identify which one is the most significant considering the intended use for the consumers, right? It can be chemical, physical, and all. So say the organization shall identify and document all the food safety hazards that are reasonably expected to occur in relation to the type of product, type of process, and process environment, which we already did. Now we identify. So our product is tea, black tea with the sugar. We identify, and then one of our friend identify the tuna receiving part. We identify what are the hazard. The identification shall be based on primary information and data collection according experience. So your experiences matter, internal and external information, right? Information from the food safety issues and then statutory regulatory requirements. So if you can remember at the beginning, Sri Lanka, we have a serious concern, right, about the food part. That also we need to consider, right? So experience can be included from the staff and the expert staff and others, and then of course legal requirement. So when you do the hazard identification, right? So when you identify the hazard, we need to identify what are the steps, and then identify the hazard, and then what are the steps basically included in the flow diagrams. You can see process equipment, utility, service, on process environment and persons can be considered here. Right, right. Now, when you identify this as a part, you need to identify what are the acceptable level. Now we are going to do that. Acceptable criteria, considering intended use, right, and then other relevant information. So these are the things now we are going to identify. Right now, we develop a process map. We identify the hazard. Now we are going to do a hazard assessment. Right. So now we are going to do a risk assessment actually. So earlier under Codex, there was a decision tree diagram we used, but right now we are not using the decision tree. But there are some industries, they still use the decision tree. But we are not using decision tree, we are using the risk assessment method, using a probability and a severity. Right, let me explain that part. So let me go through this. The organization shall conduct for each identified hazard food safety hazard assessment to determine whether the prevention or reduction of to acceptable level is essential. Organization shall evaluate each food safety hazard with regards to the likelihood of the occurrence and the end product prior to the application of control measures. The severity of its adverse health impact related to the intended use. So organization shall identify any significant food safety hazard. The methodology shall be used, be described, and the results of the hazard assessment shall be maintained as a documented information. So now let me explain this, right? Say for example, if you identify my example I took, I asked like, okay, there's a pesticide in the tea bag, there's a metal SS nail in the tea bag. So those both are hazards, no doubt. But in tea bag, there should be only tea. There shouldn't be chemical contamination. There should be a metal nail in the bag, right? So that is agreed, right? That is a hazard, right? But then what would be the impact, severity, right? So what would be the severity? Now, if you do a probability, chances, uh, tea bag containing a chemical, there's a certain chance, maybe high, medium, low. Metal pieces, metal nail inside the tea bag, there's a high, medium, low. Chances are there. And then based on the intended use, say for example, I am eating the tea bag. Say the pesticide in a bun or metal piece in a bun inside has a high impact for me. Why? I will eat the bun with the pesticide, or I will start to consume bun with the nail and then start to break my teeth. Right. So those are the kind of a requirement. So, but tea bag has a different scenario. It will be like, keep keep it in a like 2 to 3 minutes for a brewing, and then take the extract and then remove the tea bag. So that's the intended use. What you do is intended use is for the tea bag, basically put it in the hot water, keep it for 3 minutes, right? So then you remove the tea bag, make sure the extract will be there. So you drink the tea extract. So the chemical can be dissolved in a water easily. It can consume, it can create a chemical hazard for you. But for the metal piece, it's not going to be dissolved because it's a SS metal piece, right? And it's not going to dissolve. It will be remain in there and then it will be move out from the tea bag unless it's break and damage. So in the scenario where it's not going to break, right? So the risk is impact would be very low based on the intended use. But you need to identify both hazard, which you have already done, right? Now, I believe you identify this, the probability and the impact. So impact always we need to think of the intended use, right? Let me move on. Now, we are going to do a case study hazard analysis. Now, look clearly up to like, 1, 2, 3, 4 columns, right? Don't go about the control measures, right? You can see same example, receiving styrofoam granules, wrapping materials, packing materials. So you identify the same hazard: dust, hair, metal particles, insect, other foreign matters, chemical, oil, grease, and other chemicals, contamination, previous cargo, microbiological, no, allergen, no. So here you can see the numbers 311 and all. So what do you mean by three is, right? You can see the right left hand corner, you have a risk matrix, right? So probability, you identify low, medium, high. So presence of these, the hazard, you say, okay, it's a low. If you give a 1 mark. If it is a medium, you give a 3 marks. If it is a high, you give 5 marks. And the severity, after intended use, the impact to the consumer, it is low, you give 1, medium 3, high 5. So this is the criteria organization decide. So this is not given in the Codex standard. You can define on your criteria. This is a risk matrix, right? So you can see if it is 1 into 1, 1. So 1 into 3, 3. 1 into 5, 5. So you can see all the green colors are like, low marks, 3, 5. And then the blue colors are like 9, 15, 9, right? Medium risk. and then the other one is high risk, like 25. So your severity is high, probability is high. Now they do the risk assessment here. Say, for example, with the styrofoam particles, what would be the probability of dust air and coming up? So they identify as a medium risk. And the severity. So how do they make that styrofoam boxes? You have a granula, you send it to a heating chamber, right? We call it extruder. And then and then in the extruder, inside the extruder, you have so many filters, right? Only filtered materials comes to a mold, and then it will become a box, right? Even if there's a particles, if there's a hair particles, if there's a dust particle, due to this intended use, this probability will be low, right? And then the severity, even if there's a no, if there's a dust or foreign matter, the people will be using this as a primary packaging, right? So then there's a chance of contamination will be very low because they are using these boxes to put the fish inside. And then the intended use of the fish is again cooking, cleaning and cooking. So they identify probability is 3. There's a high probability, medium probability, but severity is low because like those particles cannot go to the consumer because consumer is not eating it. It's a primary packaging, right? And then look at the other one, chemical. So the probability is very low because you are getting a virgin material. These are not reused material, all are virgin material. So oil, grease, other chemicals, and because they are getting a certificate of analysis, probability is very low. But severity, if there's a chemical contamination, right, then again your fish will be contaminated with that. But then those fish, they are not going to use raw, and then of course there will be a cleaning process for the fish. So the again severity will be low. So that's how they identify this as a a medium, a low risk, right? Multiplying risk factors, right? So don't go for control measures. Look at this the criteria. You don't need to recreate the criteria, but can you do a risk assessment now, right? Can you do a risk assessment for your tea using the same example? So whatever your plain tea. Can you do this? So now you don't have a team to debate. You can debate with yourself. Yeah? Can you do this now? Team, are you okay? You want me to explain again? Or is it clear now? You want me to explain again or is it clear now? Sachinta, this is not isometrics. You can develop on your method. You can develop 10 to 1 or 5 to 1. So once you develop this, you can document it and then you can use into your organization. Say, for example, now we have 5 friends from fish industry, right? They can have 5 different criterias accepted, but it has to be documented. And then when they do the risk assessment, they have to use the same format. You got my point, right? Sachin, Roshan, is it clear? Okay, so you can develop. I mean, like, if you want to develop your own criteria, you can do that. But for the learning purpose, we'll stick to this criteria. Guys, you okay? Team, you okay? I didn't get any feedback. Are you good now? Is it too much for you? So when you do this, you will learn all how to do the HACCP study also. So are you good? Are we ready to go for the HACCP study? Are we going to, because now we need to do a case study. All good? So maybe you can take a different color pen and put marks and identify, right? Which one is PRP, which one is CCP, and all kind of a thing. Can you do that? Team, shall we start now? Team, are we good? Guys, come on. It's too much for you for the day, right? No, okay. Nirman, you're good. What about others? Others also good? Right, excellent. So 3:35. Uh, so you might need to debate yourself. Uh, you can do this. Right, okay. You don't need to wait until you finish your work, right? Just share with me as soon as you are complete. Tim, you can share if you started to work. If you have any question, you can ask from me also. Team, are we getting feedbacks? So you have 3 minutes, so if you can just share me. I believe you're working on this, right? See, it's easily like, we can like, go through the subject, but when actually you started to work only, you will realize like, the difficulties and you actually started to learn this. Otherwise, if you just listen to someone and uh, like you pretend like you understand, but you won't. So when you come to the industry, and then the industry people might think, okay, you have a HACCP understanding, knowledge, and you have a certificate. But then if you're put into the real HACCP scenario, you will have a lot of issues. So then they will start to challenge the certificate or the degree you have done. But while participating for this, like you can really understand all this concept, and like we are willing to help you, right? Like even mistakes are part of learning. So and if one person make a mistake, that will help others to learn, right? So I'm like you can do any amount of mistake when you do participating for the workshop or program, because that's how you learn, right? So don't worry about it. Just share with me, and then I'll give my honest opinion. I believe my entire career I have involved with almost like I don't know, maybe thousand odd HACCP studies. So I believe I have sufficient enough experience to comment on you in a different industry, right? So we work with different industry, like all the industries you are talking here, right? Poultry, the seafood, Ayurveda, coconut, dairy, flour, ice cream. We heavily involved with this kind of a project. So we have and then but I try to understand, like I try to use this very simple example, the tea. Uh, Try to understand the concept, right? So you just share with me your feedback, and then we'll have an open discussion, right? Okay. Started to get feedback. Lakmini, thank you. Okay. Now, so receiving yellowfin tuna. Uh, so you have a different Nirvan. You have a team, right? Nirvan, Lakmini, you guys are a team. Oh, nice. So you guys work like participating for program in the same place, or like oh, okay, SC team, right? All right, lovely. So you're in the same place, or like you are in a different place. You're joining from different places. Oh, excellent, excellent. Right, okay. So I didn't know that, right? Okay. So there's a team, like so you're participating as a team, right? Excellent. Very nice. Right. Let me go through this. So now we are getting feedback from the industry guy, right? So it's interesting. So receiving yellowfin tuna, the physical probability, physical hooks, metal piece is low. And then where did you get the two? So you change the risk assessment, right? Is 1, 2, 3, not 5, 3, 1? Uh, Team, is that what you do? Did 1, 2, 3? The risk assessment goes as 1, 2, 3, right? Nirvan, is it 1, 2, 3? You change the criteria, or that's fine. You can do that. No problem. Nothing wrong with that. But I just need to know the criteria before I come in. Okay. So Nirvan team now, I think like somebody asked question about Sachita asked about the question like the metrics, right? So now basically like this Nirvan's team, SCE team, right? They identify the criteria as a 1, 2, 3. That's nothing wrong with that. So only thing you need to define your criteria, document it, and then stick to the criteria, right? So that is Prabhashara, why you delete it? Leave it. Let's discuss about that also. Don't delete it. Like it will be a learning opportunity. I don't want to lose the learning opportunity. Prabhasar, you leave it, put it back, right? Now let's see the physical process. Like you identify probability is one. The Hooke's metal particles are there, and then the severity you identify medium. So the risk is multiplication, right? You multiply both. So 2 into 1 is 2, right? And then you identify chemical histamine. So is a biggest problem in tuna, right? So when you keep the tuna for long, you will get like histamine development, right? So like you might wondering like why you are worried about that. It's a freshly catch fish. No, sometimes like the boats it will be there for like 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 7, 8 days, right? So probability is high, severity is high. So the maximum risk is 9, right? 3 into 3, right? Then they identify microbial pathogen probability is high, the medium, and the severity is high. So they identify that as a kind of a 3 into 6, right? And then allergen fish probability is high, but severity is low because people who allergen, right? So they identify, right? They identify, okay, product labeling, contamination, control measures are already there, right? So they identify. So let me go other one, unloading dust particles, 111, hygiene environment, because they might have a good environment. We haven't not seen it, but they have a like, proper SS tray or something when they do the unloading, right? Chemical, fuel, oil contamination, 1, severity is 2, clean equipment, microbiological temperature abuse 2, and then they identify 2, 3, then again that will be high risk. So I'll just leave for they have gone to CCP, OPRP identification also, but I'm not going to touch that part. Like okay, let leave it like that, right? Okay, then um okay, then let's go to Prabhasar's one. Um, so he identify the T part, no biological. So Prabhasar is also, you identify the tuner, right? He's also part of the team, right? So you're a CE team member? Okay. But you identify the tuner thing, right? Okay, interesting. Right. Let's go through that. So here identify the separate one. Tuna filters, risk assessment, transport, biological histamine build-up, salmonella, uh, chemical, heavy metal contaminant, physical debris, allergen, fish. Okay. Now, see, Prabhashara, like, good that you share this, right? You can see the Lakmini's one previously under each and every category. So you're doing the post answer. So that's fine. So under Lakmini's one, they basically do a risk assessment under each and every category, right? Say, see, like, receiving, they identify the chemical, physical, micro allergen, and under each and every criteria, they do the risk assessment, right? But in your case, you commonly identify, right? You commonly identify biological. So histamine comes as a chemical contamination, right? So then you do that part of the risk assessment. So, and you can't have like, you can't do a risk assessment under one process element, because one process element has a 4 risk category. It can be chemical, physical, micro, allergen. Then under one process element, 4 risk category, you have to have a 4 risk assessment. You got my point, right? Professor, good that you have done this, right? But that's fine. Leave it like that. Because this will be a learning, right? That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. And I know, like, after this exercise, you will be a good HACCP person. Right, because you made a mistake, you learn it, and then you can correct it, right? And then same time, Professor, like, if you you might have an issue because this SCE team, they have seen the production, they know about the process, and then they can do the hazard analysis. But since you may be having a theoretical knowledge, right? Because you are into post harvesting, but you are not still into that kind of a maturity to do asset assessment. You got my point, right? Because you need to have a practical experience to do that. So that's why I select the tea making sample, right? Everybody has experience, right? Everybody knows that, right? So that, but good that, like, when you make a mistake, that will be a learning for everybody. Thank you very much, right? Prabhashara, thank you very much. I really appreciate your effort, right? I really appreciate your effort. Thank you very much. That's a good job, right? So don't worry about the hazard part, but you trial out it, and then that will become a learning for them, because then none of these team members who are here, they are not going to do a like HACCP study while staying at home for like, say, coconut plant or any other plant. If they want to do a HACCP study, they need to go visit and then only do the HACCP plan, right? Right. Let's see. Can I get one feedback from the T? So now the industry people has given feedback. Can I get one hazard identification for tea? Uh, Sanduni, there will be a quiz, but not today, because today now we are doing a lot of exercise. So the Procure team wants to give a quiz, and they will like, communicate in your WhatsApp group when are we going to do the quiz. So it will take like, within this week, not this week, next week definitely, but not today. So today we need to complete the program only. So we are not going to dilute our timing by going through the quiz, right? So quiz will be after this. So don't worry, Sandri. You have enough time to go to the quiz. So how's the exam? I believe exam is good, right? Right, team. I need one feedback for T. Come on, guys. So now I'm getting feedback from the industry people. So I need a feedback for and then I got a good like, learning opportunity from the Prabhashwar. Thank you, Prabhashwar, for that. And then SCE team. Thank you guys for your feedback. It was very nice. So can I get one T? One T feedback. One feedback from a T. Yeah. So then we can move on. So we are almost there, right? So we can finalize. So can I get one more feedback? I think we can manage the time. Can I get one more feedback for T? I believe you have done that, right? So don't worry about, like, I'm not criticizing. It's a learning opportunity for everybody. So can I get one more feedback? So people who has done, like Nimsaran, have you done that? So there are a few people like all right, okay, I'm getting feedbacks, right? Right, okay, let's see. Can I get a few feedback? So Nimisaka, I like just give you the feedback. So if you can do the changes, and other than that, this is perfect. Can I get more feedback, team? Right. So stick to the criteria. Like you identify criteria 1, 3, 5. So like SE team, they identify 1, 2, 3. So you when you put the marks, you put it in such a way, right? So can someone share the T risk assessment? Right. I believe all of you have done. Now I think like you're afraid to share with me because I'm giving the feedback. So don't worry, guys. That's fine. Asika Devapriya, have you completed that? Okay, we are getting one. Dil has given one, right? Okay, Dil. Okay. Receiving water, pathogenic microbes, probability 3, purity 3, 9, use potable water, okay. Heavy metal exercise, this is chemical, physical, 1, 3 is okay. Dirt, soil, sand, this is physical, 2, 1. Dil, what about the allergen? You, I know like water doesn't have allergen, but the criteria for hazard analysis, allergen has to be there. Right, just put the allergen also and then put 111 or maybe no. No, then you don't need to do the risk assessment. Right, so that has to be there. Receiving tea leaves, molds. Uh, what is this criteria now? Biology 2, you identify, what is the criteria till you identify? Where did you get the 3? You develop your different criteria or what? Did you develop the own different criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Is that what you did or like is a mistake? Because you can have like if SCE team like 1, 2, 3, right? And then criteria I showed it to you with 1, 3, 5. So you only way you can have two is like you define 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Because two cannot be there. Is it a mistake or like what? See, if you present this like I can help you, right? Right, team, okay, we got few feedbacks, right? Right. Team 2 means low risk, right? So you develop your own criteria, right? So then you do the risk assessments. Okay. Team, like, be careful. I think like first time you are doing this study, right? I think like we have few feedbacks. I think, yep. So I think, 2 means low risk. So like I think if you can see this risk assessment here, you can identify the probability severity. So you might do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So maybe low, I don't know, very low, low, medium, high, very high. So you might define your criteria again, right? So when you do this risk assessment, that will be like, your own criteria, right? Right, so this is one area, right? So I know like this will be bit confusing to you all because you'll be learning the theory part. I think this is the first time you will be involving with developing the HACCP part, right? Studying the HACCP and then come up with this putting the marks. So when you come to the industry, of course you might need to work with your food safety team, and then you can develop that. Now you have idea, so then you can do some like homework, and even like if you have a question, maybe even after this program you can ask, right? So now you can see they identify the control measures. Even if you can see our SCE team, they have identified the control measures. So say the like the risk, proper incoming inspection for material, supply evaluation, prevent cross contamination and other foreign material. So they identify this, and then of course they have given a reference, right? They have given a reference, supply evaluation. So they have a criteria. So if somebody wants to go back and check what is the reference material, they can check it. And then they identify whether critical control point, OPRP, PRP. Say now in this criteria, if the mark is 25, there is a critical control point. And then 9 to 15, OPRP. And then others we consider as a GMP or PRP, right? So if you define your criteria in a separate way, so 1, 2, 3, you need 9 would be your CCP. Right. So, right, say our SCE team, like, they identify like, 9 as a CCP, right? Like, they have one CCP, I guess, right? So that is depend on their criteria, right? So then the OPRP CCP can vary, right? Now, I believe you have slight idea. I believe everybody give a try, even though you are reluctant to present it. I believe everybody will give a try to share with me, right? Share, you tried do the case study, right? So this will be a learning curve for you, right? You guys are good? Have you tried this? Guys, come on, tell me. You guys are good? Have you tried this? Even though don't need to share it, but I believe like you're a bit reluctant because I'm giving the feedback, but that's good again. But whatever the feedback I got, I have given. Even after the program, you can share with me. I will give the feedback. You guys good? It's a big area, right? This is good. Team, I need feedback. Come on, guys. So you can give react. All right. Okay. Fernando is good. All right. Okay. Team is good. Nadish. All right. Fine. Let's move on. This is the final part, right? I know like you guys are tired. Listen to me all day. So now when you identify the control measures, which you already have done, right? You can see the fungus growth in the product, right? Based on the hazard assessment, you identify the appropriate selection criteria, and then you identify the preventive mechanism, and then you identify whether it's operational prerequisite or whether it's a critical control point, right? So, and then based on this idea, you identify what are the controls you need to measure thoroughly, what are the controls you can measure, like, not up to the CCP level, maybe OPRP level, and what are the action you need to go for other areas like PRP areas, right? So this part you already covered. And then when you select the control measures, there are severity of the consequence. You need to identify there are few categories. One is significant food safety hazard. When you identify that part, we need to make sure. And the location in relation to the all control measures. what are the locations you identify, right? And whether it's a specifically established and applied to reduce the hazard to acceptable criteria, right? So that part we need to identify, because sometimes, like, say fish cooking is not a part of, like, why you cook the fish is not to kill germs, right? You need to bring that particular taste into a cooking part, right? So then when you are doing that analysis, the particular step, you automatically kill the bacteria, right? Say, for example, the tea example, you boil water, right? Because if you don't boil, you don't get the entire extraction. But while boiling the water up to 100 centigrade, you make sure you kill most of the bacteria, right? So that is the step, right? So then there are certain steps, like, pasteurization in some industries. You do a pasteurization not to cook, right? You can use the low heat, but you are putting a pasteurization just to kill the microbes, right? You make sure, like, they are going to a petri exchanger, like, you make sure that that will be a killing step, design step, right? So there are certain steps which will be used for, like, to improve the product quality, but it will act as a kind of a step to kill the germs, right? But there are steps that will act automatically just to kill the germs, and then will be filters. So that filter is there to minimize, stop all the physical hazard, right? So those are mandatory things. So when you go to the industry, just identify these areas, right? Whether it's a single measures, or there are sometimes there will be a combination, right? So see, these items we basically need to cover, and then all the measurement, whatever the temperature, or maybe a pH, or maybe a pressure. So those things, like, if you identify this as a kind of a critical control point, or if you identify this as an operational prerequisite program, you need to measure this as a, like, monitoring has to be there, record has to be there, because we need to have evidence that particular item activity will be taken place in a proper way, right? So this is one criteria, right? And then, like, if there's a failure, we need to take decisions, right? Decision making process and the results of selection categories of the control measures shall be maintained as documented information. So if you identify, okay, there's a failure, it should be maintained. And then external requirement, maybe statutory regulatory requirement must be there. So we need to make sure, like, all the records has to be provided relevant stakeholders. So that is another key area, right? And then, of course, validation. Now, say for example, now we think, I'll take the example of tea, right? So you take, okay, tea boiling into 100 degrees, you think, like, it will kill all the germs. Now, how are you going to validate this? How do you know that? How do you know that? Say when you boil water into 100 centigrade, it kill all the germs. So how do you know this? We have a friend from laboratory, right? So now this is your opportunity to talk. So how do you know this part? How do you know this part? How do you know, like, boiling up to 100 degrees, it will kill all the germs, bacteria, whatever? How do you know this? I'm like, if you want to do a research saying, okay, if you boil water into 100, now it will kill all the bacteria. How do you do this research? I put it in on your language. You are going to do a research saying, okay, boiling water kill all the bacteria. So now how do you do this? How do you do this? Any guess? Any guess? By checking the chemical and microbiological parameters are in the range of given scope. Yeah, Lahiru, you don't need to worry about the chemical, but what you can do is you boil the water, and then you get a sample bottle from the sterilized bottle from the lab, right? Yeah, agreed. So and then do the testing. right? And then ask laboratory to do a performer testing. So after you do a boiling water and put it into sterilized like beaker, take some sample and then do the test whether there's any microbe presenting. If there's no, you mean you are okay, right? Same thing, right? After you do the CIP cleaning in place, if you want to identify there's no chemical contamination, you do the pH check, right? So similar scenario. So you need, when you identify all the critical control point, you need to validate and verify. So control of significant food safety hazard, this validate shall be done before the implementation of control measures, right? So you say, okay, temperature 100 centigrade, maybe 2 minutes, right? So before you put it into that, into the practice, you need to have a valid results. If somebody challenge you, okay, how do you know, like when you make a tea, if you boil for 2 minutes, there's no microbes there. So you need to show the results, right? And combination of the control measures to be included in the hazard control plan and after any change there. When the results of validation show that the control measures are not capable, say for example, 102 minutes not capable of achieving the intent control, then the food safety team shall modify, reassess the control measure. So whatever control points you are putting, you need to have an assurance plan. So you need to have a validation. Say, for example, now I think we have a friend with R&D background. So the R&D team should give us a entire critical control points. Okay, this temperature, this mesh, this amount of washing, amount of water, it will remove all the chemicals. So that information has to be there. So that's why I said like in Sri Lanka, we don't use D hazard, design hazard, but in other countries, or a lot of multinational companies, they use this D hazard concept, right? The food safety team shall maintain, validate methodology and evidence of the capabilities of control measures, achieving the intended control as documented information. So when you identify these are my CCPs, these are my OPRPs, we need to have a document evidence and validate information saying, okay, these controls are there. Modification can include changes in control measures, process parameters, and combination in the manufacturing technologies for raw materials and end product characteristics, method of distribution, and intended use of the end product. So these information we need to keep, right? So your all will be part of your control point. So then when you have a hazard analysis, after you complete, you identify what is your HACCP OPRP plan. Organization shall establish, implement, maintain hazard control plan. So you identify out of your process, I have two CCPs, four PRPs. So this is how I am going to control all this, right? So food here when you identify, right? The maintain as a documented information and shall include the following information for each control measures at each CCP or OPRP. Food safety hazard to be controlled at the CCP or OPRP level, critical limits, CCP or action criteria for OPRP, monitoring procedure, correction to be made if critical limit or action criteria are not met, responsibility and authority, record of monitoring. So let me show you in a format, right? So these are like, critical limit action. So these are like, allergens. So you can see basic, mainly identify these are kind of allergens, mainly food allergens as per WHO guideline. So critical limit as CCP and action criteria for OPI shall be specified. The rationale for this determination shall be maintained as a documented information. Rationale mean your the test result. Critical limit as CCP shall be measurable. Conformant with the critical limit and ensure that the acceptable level is not exceed. So critical limit cannot be non-monitoring thing. It should be monitored. Temperature, timing, pressure, it should be monitored, right? Action criteria for OPRP shall be measurable or observable, confirming the action criteria and shall be contribute to the assurance that the acceptable level not exceed. Right. Now, monitoring CCP and OPRP. So at the each stage, monitoring system shall be established for each control measure. So you identify chemical, physical, microallergen, there should be a monitoring mechanism. So there should be a control measures, detect any failure to remain within the critical limits. The system shall include all scheduled measurement related to critical limits. For each OPRP monitoring system shall be established for control measures or combination of control measures. Now, let me, so these are the control measures CCP. Let me go to an example, right? Now this part, we are not going to do the case study here. I believe that this will be too much for you, right? But this is the example. It covers everything. See, if you identify OPRP, operational prerequisite, you need to identify what to check, how to check, what is the frequency, who is accountable, who's responsible, what is the document number, and what would be the corrective action, right? What is the document number? CCP will be the same, what to check, how to check, frequency, accountability, responsibility, document number, accountability, action plan. Right. Now, let me take a small example. Say, for example, you identify, say, in your tea example, boiling into 100 centigrade for 2 minutes is your critical control point, or maybe your OPRP. Now, what to check? You need to check the temperature. You need to check the timing. So you just mentioned you need to check the temperature. You need to check the timing. And then how to check? So temperature will be checked on the stopwatch, right? And the timing will be checked on the stopwatch. I'm also kind of tired now, right? So temperature will be checked on the thermometer, right? Calibrated thermometer, and the timing would be check on the calibrated stopwatch. Frequency every batch. You can't say once a day. No, every batch. Whenever you make a tea, you need to make sure you are checking the timing. For 2 minutes, you are taking the temperature at 100 degrees, and the accountability lies with the owner or maybe a head of business. He's accountable. But responsibility can be with the tea making operator. And then there will be a documented. If it is not electronic document, you need to write. So, okay, my starting time 7:05, and now 7:07 I finished the temperature. So the temperature at 7,500 and then temperature at 7,700. They need to write it. And then if there's a delay, corrective action mean, okay, you are taking a tea, right? Same temperature is 100, but you are not waiting until 2 minutes. Somebody said, okay, I need the tea immediately. So you took at 1 minute without waiting a 2 minute. Now, accountability and action, you can't serve that tea to a customer because you are not assuring about the critical control point. So you need to discard it because you can't reheat for another 100. Normally we are not putting back to a boiler and reheat it. So you can't read. So you have to discard it, and then you need to take a new tea, right? So that is the correct action. And then if it is gap, you need to identify the document number. So this is the document. Say you will be doing a lot of information, right? Process mapping, hazard identification, risk assessment, and control point. And then this will be the final outcome which will be available in the plant. So you identify the OPRPs, you identify the CCPs, you identify the GMPs, and then this document will be available at the location. These are my CCP1, OPRP1. So I believe in SCE team, right? Let me go back. So they identify two CCPs, one OPRP. So chemical histamine, they identify CCP. So uh, you go back to the chat and you can check, right? So that has to be monitored. So they might have a rapid histamine kit, right? Guys, do you have a rapid histamine testing kit? Nirvan and Lakmini, do you have? Nirvan, do you have a rapid histamine monitoring kit? They might have, right? So they need to check that parameter has to be there. And the second CCP is microbiological pathogen, maintain cold chain instead freshness. So they have to make sure the cold chain. So the freezer -18 temperature they have to maintain all the time. So the temperature reading has to be there. So two both monitoring parameters. And then the OPRP, microbiological temperature abuse. So again the temperature monitoring. So these both has to have a monitoring parameters, right? So see, that's the advantage having industry people in the training, right? So you can also learn that part, right? So this is one way. So this and then even that particular two CCPs and OPRPs, you can see these monitoring parameters are there, right? So now we have completed, and then now again I'm going back, right? I'm going back to the same question. Now I'm going to ask. So this is the final slide, right? Procure team is there, I guess. So this is the final slide. Now let me ask again from the team. Did you understand the Codex requirement? And did you know where to find if you need any information, right? And then did you understand the GMP requirement, right? The infrastructure, equipment, then the people, the warehouse, cleaning, sanitation, right? And then understand the HACCP methodology, right? 7 principles as per Codex, and uh, then did you develop the practical HACCP skills? This is the objective we started at the beginning. Now I think like that's it. I need to about my program, which we develop along with the Procul team. So if you have any question, you can ask now. Otherwise, I will hand it over to the Procul team to do the conclude part and the balance. So team, are you good? Are you have any questions? I believe like people who have involved with me on the HACCP development part and all, like you have a good understanding. And if you need anything, uh, I'm available in your chat, I guess. So Procure team will keep it open for some times. So if you have any question in WhatsApp group, you can ask the question as well. So floor is open if you have any questions, doubt, clarification. And I would like to know whether you have complete your task, whether you got the program objective, 4 objectives, right, which we identify. So would like to know about that. Yep, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. As we come to the end of today's workshop, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Rasitha Niroshana for sharing his valuable knowledge and practical experience on Codex Alimentarius, GMP, and HACCP. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to Halcyon Private Limited. Special thanks to Ms. Bashini and Mr. Shehan for their support and coordination in making this workshop a success. A special thank to all participants for your active engagement and enthusiasm throughout the session. And now it is the time to announce the workshop winner. So congratulations to Mr. Nirvan Varsaperma from Southern Coast Exports Private Limited. You have won a free entry to our next workshop. And also, the details regarding the workshop quiz will be shared later through the final WhatsApp group. And we have 2 more special announcements. We are pleased to announce 2 upcoming physical training programs at Halcyon Private Limited. One is Measurement Uncertainty in Compliance with ISO IEC 17025 2017 program, and the other one is ISO 22000 Internal Audit Training Program. Further details, including dates, durations, and fees, will be updated soon in the final group. And finally, we are sharing a Google form to collect your feedbacks regarding the workshop. Kindly take a moment to submit your responses using the Google form. So thank you once again for being with us today. We look forward seeing you at our future workshops. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.